This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to your sunset safari for today. It's not any old safari, it's live and interactive. And you know that we work extremely hard out here, so sometimes it's just nice to take a break. And where better than up my favourite tree, the Balanites. So we will not just be coming to you from Djuma Private Game Reserve and up trees, we will also be coming to you from various different locations across South Africa, all of them live. So I am very, very excited, and I hope you all are too. Get ready, everyone. It's that time for your live safari through the African bush. You have no idea of the views I have up here. I wish I could share it with you. But your views are of me. What could be better? I'm only joking. Welcome on board, everyone. You will be on the back of all of our safari vehicles today, bumbling along with us as we go through the African bush. My name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera, and this is my favourite tree, Balanites. And this tree is what gives Balanites Roads its name. Isn't it just absolutely magnificent? So, of course, it's the sunset safari, so at some point during the day the sun will be setting. But during this time you must talk to us. Please do send in all your comments and questions. You can do that using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the live safari page on our website, register and submit your questions there. Kids, if you're watching, please do send in your questions using the email address kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Now, I don't know how I'm going to get down here, and I'm not joking. I really have absolutely no idea. But luckily, Davy is my cameraman, and he will come to the rescue. But I can just see completely across the entire northern sector of the Sabi Sands, and it is absolutely thick, green, and lush. And of course, today is nice and sunny here in Djuma, but let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon, where we're actually sitting here looking at the Nyala. Looks like a male Nyala and a little bit of an impala around them. So they're enjoying the company of being together, looking after each other, trust one another again. My name's Andrew this afternoon, and I have Mpho on camera. We came to this area. It's actually a high point area to start look for most antelope species such. As you can see, they're actually right to the top. And it's wide, very open. Because they get also hunted during the day, so they don't want to be in an area where they don't trust. And with the whole impalas like this, it looks like the whole high rim. And this is the general group that they're always around quarantine. see how they're in a shade just because of the temperature that is still a little bit higher. And which feels like all antelopes loving being together, joined by a few different antelope. Nyala mean they're actually always in the river. Bulls separate. Females move on their own. And the bull they gather around, same as a kudu, while the whole bachelor group together. Yeah, indeed, it looks so beautiful. You can see all the butterflies also. Because of all flowers that is in this area. All butterflies are flying, land on these flowers. And all the black-headed oriole calling in the far background. So, Mike, you're asking what are their main predators, all these antelopes? They wouldn't worry so much about lions and leopard and cheetah. And quite a few other predators such as the python would hunt impalas, medium size. Well, a hyena also chase around impalas when they have time. With impala, they become so vulnerable when these babies too young. Cannot keep same speed as their parents when they run. Looks like it was a kudu visual that was coming into this area. So it looks like we all have 3 different species of antelope gathering around. As you can see, kudu there. And also wild dogs. They are main predators for these all antelopes over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a beautiful afternoon here in Tswalu, Kalahari. A little bit of cloud cover, actually raining in the west. we might get wet a little later on. So we have been pushed towards the east with the rain clouds coming in. By the way, guys, my name is Moritz. Behind the camera, we've got BK. So yeah, coming to the east. So we're going to go look for some lions. The guys found a female with some cubs this morning at one of the waterholes. It is a little bit in a dodgy signal area, but if they are at the waterhole itself, we might get lucky. Be able to show you guys. One from the Northern Pride, and then the Southern Pride females were with the 6 cubs were located at another waterhole, which we are hoping that they'll be there because they will definitely be able to show you. But nonetheless, we are going to go look for some lions and hopefully get them on screen for you. See if they don't want to hunt this morning. When we were with the Southern Pride females, they were quite interested in some zebra that was around the waterhole. They were, however, just in a spot where we didn't have signal, so that was just behind a rocky outcrop which cut off the tower from us, so couldn't put them on screen. But yeah, hopefully this afternoon they'll be a little bit more to the west of the waterhole, the east of the waterhole, and we'll be able to show you guys. So yeah, that would be great. But I mean, this is the bush, so anything can happen. So we might bump into a leopard or some cheetah, or even if we just see some general game or just the beautiful landscape, that's also okay. Always lacquer to be in the bush. But yeah, our definite plan is to head to that waterhole now, with it being a slightly warmer day today. The clouds only moving in now. I do think that most of the animals will start heading towards the water during the late afternoon, so that's ideal for us. And hopefully we'll get some action over there. But we'll have to see. Lovely, these clouds coming in. I have to say that after a warm day like today, it's beautiful to be in the shade for a little bit. We'll have to see how long it lasts before the rain comes, because it's pushing in quite quickly. But yeah, like I said yesterday as well, we need some rain again. It would be great to get a little bit of rain just before our rainy season stops properly. That would be great. Yeah, as you can see also, guys, the grass is starting to turn golden. That's also an indication of the season's end, almost. Not quite there yet, but almost at that stage where we're going to go into autumn period. So all of the plants are starting to get ready. The trees' seeds or seed pods are ripening up, and the grass seeds are ripening up to go into their resting period for winter time. Just want to show you guys quickly. Remember, we spoke this morning about the sociable weaver's nests and how they can't be in areas where there's too much rain. Now, this is a clear example of where there was, when the cyclone came through, we had in this area 190 millimeters of rain in one night. That's almost 8 inches of rain in one night, 12 hours time, and it was just too much for this nest. So it soaked up all the water, got too heavy, and it broke the branch. And it is a camel thorn branch or tree that it was hanging from, and that's typically a very strong tree, probably the strongest wood that we have out here in the Kalahari. So yeah, this is the specific reason why you won't really find these birds in more tropical conditions, just because of their nesting behavior. Those nests just can't take the amount of water that you'd find in Kruger falling in a season or so. And as you can see, they've already started. Some of these remnants of the nests that's still in the tree was already started at that point, but some of them would have been new additions now that the nest has fallen, and they have to start all over again. It's a constant process, once a nest gets too heavy, regardless of whether there's water involved or not, the branch will break, and the colony will have to rebuild that nest, either in the same tree, or they'll have to find a new spot to go and do that. Evidently, this particular nest actually was the home of, on top of the nest. There was a pair of spotted eagle owls also nesting, and quite sad to have the nest break and destroying, well, not only one home but two homes for two different species of bird. But yeah, just so that you guys can see it as well. Martha, you're absolutely right. So with these nests, when they get to as big as they can get, they say that with just it being dry material and the birds inside, it can go over 1,000 kilograms in weight. So you can imagine now when it starts raining, that's like a sponge because it's all dry grass and so on. So it soaks up all of that water and it just gets at least double, if not triple the weight. And that's when the branches snap. But yeah, even when it's dry material, it can get quite heavy. And that's why you typically find them nesting in the camel thorn trees because they need a strong branch, or you'll find them going for the shepherd's trees, but nesting a little bit closer to the base of the tree, towards the trunk of the tree, so that it's the thick, strong branches, and so that the trunk of the tree carries more of the weight rather than the branches going out horizontally. Otherwise, it's also going to not be a good idea. As long as it's a small nest, it's fine, maybe 50 birds or so, but as soon as you get more than 300 birds living in the same nest, it's going to be a problem. David, so a nest like this, probably another 2-3 years, some of them even longer. This is still a relatively small nest, the one that's fallen. So you get them going, I want to say, up to 3 to 4 times that size. So if a nest like that breaks, you can imagine there's, like I said just now, about 300 different birds, 150 pairs of birds living in that particular nest. And for everyone to start all over again, they build the nests on top of each other. It's a communal thing, so you don't really find them building only a nest for a single pair of birds. So with that being the case, then it's going to take a while. It'll really take long for them to repair that entire nest. But where there's a will, there's a way. So you'll find maybe those birds split off and make smaller nests like the ones that's still hanging in the tree over here all over the show, and then combining them a little later on as the colony grows again, or as the flock grows again. But typically speaking, to get it back to that size, if it's only one nest, it's gonna be a while. You can imagine also when it breaks and it falls like that, there's quite a few birds that don't make it in the process, because most of the time when it falls there is birds inside. So that'll dampen the numbers, and then they'll start small again, and slowly as the chicks grow up, you'll find new generations adding to the nest again. So yeah, there's one particular nest at our airport, or at our airstrip, which has been there for years and years, 5, 6, 7 years at least, and it's constantly growing. So yeah, big nest. But yeah, guys, I think we're gonna start moving on, see if we can see something going over the dune over here or anything like that. But slowly making our way to that waterhole where we found the southern pride this morning. So yeah, just to show you as well, here's a shepherd's tree, this one over here. So you can see the branches are quite thin on the side, but in the middle you'll have that big trunk. Let me go a little bit forward, and you can see that big trunk where the birds will then maybe possibly about 2.5 to 3 meters up, that where this tree starts Ving out, that's where you'll find the birds then building that nest. But yeah, guys, so we're going to move on and see what we can find, if we can pick up on those lions or any general game or so. We're going to send you over to Ngala so long.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to and Beyond Ngala. So we stopped here quickly with a female giraffe. We are making our way south on Ngala, and just as you came to us, the giraffe decided to venture off. I'm going to go a slight bit forward, just so we don't have this Combriatum in our way. Luckily, she's busy feeding, so I don't think she's going to move off too far. Otherwise, up ahead, there's another giraffe. And it was actually quite cool when she lifts her head, especially with the light behind her. You could actually see flies go into her eyes, trying to get to that moist area. Poor girl. So, of course, her tail can't reach her. She does look a slight bit pregnant as well. She looks rather big. Slowly but surely moving through the grass. Good space for them to be, though, because the grass is so long, but they can still see everything inside. So now, my name is Rowan, and behind the camera, I've got OD, and we are off into the southern parts of and Beyond Ngala today. Our plan is to actually go a little bit south, then turn east, check the first watering hole on our eastern boundary, check the second watering hole on our eastern boundary, and then check the third one, and then cut further west back into Ngala. So we'll be driving pretty much alongside a tar road for a bit, where Manuleti will be on our left-hand side and Ngala on our right-hand side. So just fingers crossed for anything, really. A bit of a change of scenery, and we'll see how it goes. Maybe move back towards the river, the Timavati, a little bit later. This is quite nice. This female is now walking in the direction of the other female. Let's see, she might just cross the road in front of us, although this might take a while as well. Now you can see the other one feeding. It looks like from a knobthorn, because those are quite nice, sweet leaves for them to eat from. Not too much tannin. It's usually the larger leaf trees that contains a lot of tannin. Every now and then you'll see how she stretches out that tongue just to get to small pieces they can't reach. And of course the very, very, very long eyebrows protecting her eyes while she feeds through the knobthorn. Here comes the other one, right in the road now. David, age-old question, asking how to differentiate between a male and a female. David, in conditions like these where the grass is too long and there are too many trees, you absolutely just look at the head. So on the head, they've got those horns known as ossicones. Giraffe this size, if it was a male, the ossicones would be a lot thicker and then bold on top of the horns. So you could see tufts of hair on that one. If this was a male, it would be bold, and that's usually because of fighting with other males. So what they do is they'll swing their heads into the bodies of another male. This would usually be for rights to mating, or of course there's always a girl involved. And then by doing that, they lose their hair on top, so they go bald. So these are just two females altogether. Thought there might have been another one. You could hear the oxpeckers. So those are the birds that go feed external parasites from the giraffe. You could hear them flying up just from left of us, but I can't see another giraffe. Oh, there's a lot of flies around us now. So yeah, there's one oxpecker on the neck, on the left, well, her left side, our right side of the neck. Every now and then you'll just see the flutter of wings. Because I don't think that giraffe mind this too much, because they get rid of things like ticks and other external parasites. But every now and then, if there's an open wound or a wound just starting to heal, they'll actually eat the scabs. It could become rather irritating. So you're trying to dig deep to the top ends of that knobthorn tree. Because their tongues are not affected by it. Not too many veins running close to the surface of the tongue. Now it looks like she's interested in us. Lost interest completely. course, a very elegant animal, having those very long legs. They walk almost, well, every time they walk, it looks like they do it in slow motion.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. Yeah, the wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my gutting career so far.
We have a baby pangolin, We're just gonna go very quietly. There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari. Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious. Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is going to walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was it.
So right, everybody, we now have left all the herd of impalas and the kudus on all nyalas, checking one of the dam here, Treehouse Dam, see what it's offering for us. No, it just looks like nothing for now, but there was a whole elephant's tracks coming down this way. It could be long gone because it's been a long day and maybe they haven't been in this part yet. Still stuck somewhere in this wood. So I'm going to drive towards that dam wall, see if there's a terrapin around this waterhole. Doesn't look like anything around here. I'll take another shortcut just to see if these elephants have already walked across the dam on far side. So, Sandy, you're asking what is the difference between a terrapin and a tortoise? So, now, tortoise, they're land mammal. They're actually in land. They move in land, they feed in land. Where terrapin, they in the water. Usually in one of these ponds where there's muddy, and that's where you see them most. They do come out of the land when they have to move to another waterhole. They can do that when they have to switch to another waterhole. But they mean to be in the water. Terrapin also, they can eat meat as well. If something died, fish died in the water, those fish, they would eat them. Where now land tortoise, they feed on various plants, grasses, zola mushrooms. And then most of our tortoise, they actually move around. Well, early in the morning, this time of the year, they're still out, but they hibernate. So they're not all year round. They do hibernate. This is in the winter. So cool. Just gonna take a look at that spider. Sorry. We're gonna take a look at these tiny spider. Can you see the mpo? So the dry wood on the bottom. So it looks like we've got a spider unidentified. Can't see it clearly, I only see the sitting right in the middle, but upside down. So it could be one of these tropical spider. And many of these spiders, they way they make their web. It's funny that it's like a tent, that way they make it. So this is actually, and many times they worry about, all the things that would sometimes disturb them. Oh, it looks like something get caught. You can watch a kill there. I'm not sure what it. Probably a little fly got into that web. Oh, that's a tropical spider. It is. And whatever trying to stuck in there, it's gone. Escape. Spiders are amazing. They have their own world. How they create these little web. Got a golden orb-web spider, which a nest is not like that. It's not like a tent at all. So there is like a set-up net, usually across from one tree to another. Where you got a grass spider also, usually on a grass, but there is web very much like that, but there's little holes straight into the ground. Then outside there's a whole web, and that's how they hunt. it's during the day now, so anybody caught there would be able to even see it. Night and day, it will be right in the center of that web, waiting for somebody who's stuck. So yeah, everyone's he's saying it's such a bigger web for such a small spider. Yeah, it's actually big, only since also they are seasonal. So during the wet, that's where you see many of these webs. And because there is a lot of insect, the only idea for them to come out hunt during the wet is because all available insect is beetles for them to feed on. So they play an important role with all limiting all insect, mosquitoes or flies. And that's how they feed, that's how they survive out here. So imagine you're asking, do spider build a different shape of a nest, a web? Yeah, different spider build such a different web. But these specifically, all species, they will build a shape, kind of a web. Where it's sitting, it's actually always upside down, where most of them, they wouldn't do that. They'll rather sit straight, especially grass spiders. I know golden web and it's also garden spider, they won't actually do that upside. It's only these, a few of them actually will be able to do that, but not all of them. But they make these nest web according to their feet, where they would able to, their feet actually adapted to the size of each, strength of the nest. I mean, the web that is in there. They were able to use them. That's how. There is no other way they can step. They have to, move, touch, or along these webs. Now silky that they have is inside them. So with the bug spider, I'm not sure with this one, but bug spider, normally they're the one I know for sure they would, when the nest or the web is not used or they need to move somewhere else, they would eat them back to the inside. And then they will be able to use them again somewhere else. And that one, they come very much nocturnal. They only set up their web when it's dark. So early in the morning would be a lot of misty, which is not actually easy for all spiders to hunt or caught or something, or somebody stuck in this web, because this silky stick is not actually active very much until all the mist burned up from the sun. And that bluish sort of material that is within the silk or silk itself, that's how they were able to catch their prey. Once it's stuck, where there is a golden web spider, for example, finches can stuck there and able to get away or unable to fly properly, again. So Elaine, you're asking what do spiders do during the winter? So most of them, they would go hide. Some will die. And then old golden web spiders, for example, those are the ones that sometimes you see when after mating, the male will probably be eaten or killed. In that case, 4 eggs will be laid for another young one to hatch, and they escape, do their own things. So many of them die, and some of them just go hibernate. With some spiders, like golden web spider, those garden spiders, only a lifespan. So they are available that year. And the next year, there's going to be some another spiders. So now, all of the spider that we keep seeing along this trail road, making their way beautifully. I know some are a little scary when you get a closer look at them, but some spider can speak, some can actually, bite, but not, venomous, most of them. Those are toxic, are quite a few, but also are highly nocturnal. So I'm going to carry on and move around here, see what I can see. For everybody, I'm going to be sending you across to Pride Land with Taylor. Just say hello to everybody.
Well, it's a beautiful but sweltering hot afternoon. Those are the lovely Drakensberg Mountains, and I found the highest kopje that we could possibly I can't English, I don't know what's wrong with me, that we could possibly climb at Pridelands. Here's me trying to do a nice intro, and then of course I stumble on my words. Hello, my name is Taylor McStumble, and on camera with me today is Niels. And like I said, we are here at Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of Baluli Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger National Park. So we've managed to get up to literally the highest point. I don't know how high we are right now, but we've got a clear view literally over all of the trees. I don't think there are any trees in our way at the moment. It's quite stunning. And even though the vegetation is so dense at the moment, and you can clearly see this, on this side you can't see any open areas. And this is a really nice, oh, don't fall. If you do see some wobbles, it's just Niels doing a very good job at playing a balancing act. But of course, Pridelands used to be a fenced off reserve not too long ago. So the elephants, of course, have been the last few years been spending a lot of time here, but it just goes to show you, and I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to jump down, and Niels is also going to try and do a spinaroo to show you some of the, okay, it was much easier for me to do, the open areas that you can see just in the distance. Now, it might be quite tricky, but you can definitely see patches of grass. You might even see the odd giraffe head or perhaps an elephant, because there are quite a few of them on the open area. And like I said, that's just the Jujani boundary. And I have showed you before the difference between what it's like on Pridelands and how thick it is, because there weren't elephants here for a very long time, versus elephants naturally moving through an area. And obviously they're mega herbivores and are very important to our ecosystem and play a huge role in turning savannas into sort of more open grassland areas. And there was baboons barking not too long ago. Just down there, there's a bit of a fever tree forest where there's a big farmhouse, and They must be sitting there, or they could be sitting in a big drainage system that's just to the north of us, and they were barking. And then there were 2 giraffes that actually moved away quite quickly from HQ Pan and spun around and were staring straight towards the watering hole. So I think our next move is to clamber down the rocks and try not to slip and fall and see what was making those baboons alarm.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at And Beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through And Beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Alright everybody, so we come now, stop. It's actually a little puddle of water here where we got a 4 minutes frog, southern 4 minutes frog. It's actually slightly white compared to a normal color. Usually they would change color to slightly dark gray and to that white. Sometimes even a lot more of a spotty body they have, so they can change to a few colors. So 4 minutes frog, they are frogs that they don't have to be in the water, but they do lay eggs in these forms, nest. And then for that it's because of these eggs hatched, and then tadpoles has to emerge into the water for a survival. And then after that, this frog was just going to vanish, and then just going to vanish to branches all scattered all over. So Jason, you're saying the camouflage, it's amazing. It is indeed well camouflaged. That, it's not even easy for whoever want to hunt it. And that's why usually when they change to many of a color, depend where they are. Usually trees would be much of a gray, trunk. So they're going to make sure they're there. So for that, it's because of they won't survive. So I'm going to carry on sending you across to Lauren.
It wouldn't be a hot day if you didn't check Chitwa Dam. I was hoping for elephants. And I imagine they definitely will come at some point, or may have already been, but we do have some other animals around here that we can show you. It looks like our fish eagles are having a little bit of a domestic. Perched up on the tree, but at opposite sides. You can see all the buffalo weaver nests. Glorious. Now, if you think of a bird just like this fish eagle up here, completely exposed, seeking no shelter, no shade from the sun, and it's hot. It's really, really hot. And of course, birds have their own way of dealing with the heat. If they are far too hot, they will open their beak to gular flutter. They can also fly into shaded areas, and they can, of course, head... What are you doing? And they can, of course, head into the water, completely sort of splish splash in the shallows and immediately cool themselves down. They are endotherms at the end of the day, not ectotherms. So just like us, they don't want to be in the heat for too long. He's looking over at her. Why are you not talking to me? What have I done now? Am I in a doghouse? Oh, everybody loves Chitwa Dam. I know, it's my absolute favorite dam. It's my favorite place to come. I love sort of getting eye level with the dam now that it's so full. You really, really feel very close to all these organisms, even the hippos. Now this one looks really bizarre because what's actually happening here is the dead tree that's in the middle is actually positioned on an island. So the bottom of the dam where that hippo is standing is actually not very shallow. It's not the real bottom of the dam. He or she is standing on the island, and that's why they're so raised like that. All four legs will be on the bottom. And believe it or not, when you see hippos in any dam, they're mostly always standing. They're not swimmers. They're not even too great at floating. Normally, they're just standing on their little tippy toes, keeping themselves afloat on the bottom of the dam. It's just sometimes nice to come to the water body and just be quiet, listen to all the sounds, the birds, even the water itself, the insects buzzing around. Bass, you're asking what is the biggest hippo ever recorded? I have no idea. Possibly Google might have that answer, but unfortunately, I do not, I'm afraid. I mean, hippos are said to be the third largest land mammal after the elephant and the white rhino. And males can weigh in anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms, and females weigh in at normally on average around 1,400 kilograms. That is a substantial body mass. And normally they sort of are similar in, oh, somebody's hot. Oh, looking fabulous. And just to wrap your question, normally they only have about a shoulder height of 1.4 meters. They're not tall animals, but incredible amounts of body weight they're carrying. But the largest one, I don't know, I'm afraid. This is actually a stunning view of this fish ecos. And you can see the sort of different feathers here. Not all feathers, believe it or not, in a bird are the same. So you can see those very, very long ones at the sort of edges of the fish eagle's wings. These are the remiges, and they're extremely sturdy, strong feathers, and they're also known as the flight feathers. They come in sort of two different categories. You'll have one layer, which is a primary, and then you'll have the other layer, which is a secondary. Primary flight feathers and secondary flight feathers. And they're normally very, very dark in colour in most birds, and this is from melanin. And melanin is strengthening and reinforcing the feathers. I feel like this fish eagle's giving us a bit of a catwalk here. Oh, I think it's over now. Eileen, we believe so, yes, they are monogamous. And there's different levels of monogamy in the animal kingdom. It's not straightforward, shall we say. You have sort of social monogamy, genetic monogamy. You can be monogamous with a partner for just one breeding season. You can have a pair bond for life. But generally speaking, yes, they are monogamous and they have long-term pair bonds. So one of them will be a male and one will be a female, and I'm actually not sure who is who. It's very difficult to tell. They look alike, and it's a long-term pair bond. And the female is said to be slightly larger than the male, but that's very, very tricky to tell. She's also said to have a broader white breast patch. So if you look at them extremely closely, you would probably be able to differentiate who's the male and who's the female. But yes, it's a long-term pair bond. And they spend most of their days in line of sight with one another. So although they may not be on the same tree like they are right now, they'll always sort of be in visual sight of one another, which is very sweet. And Susan, yes, Chitwa Dam looks so inviting. If only we could jump in there right now. I climbed the trees, which I managed to get down from. It took a while, but unfortunately we can't swim in the water. That would not be recommended. It really is my favorite dam. And of course we had Cara this morning. And and Ikanyeni was found on Torchwood. So we will scratch around for those leopards a little bit later, of course once the sun goes down, and there's a visit to the hyena den to be had. I think Kara's going to become a firm little character in our daily lives. Her father definitely, well, Hukumuri's no longer with us, but it was confirmed by Panthera DNA testing that her father definitely is Hukumuri, and of course we know her mother is Shudulu, so both parents are 100% confirmed for Kara. Veronica, I'm going to guess you're asking about the fish eagles and not the hippos. Hippos don't nest, but it would be rather entertaining to see them make a nest. And you're asking if they nest in the same area. Yes, they are territorial. And as I mentioned, they spend most of their time in line of sight with one another. So it's a long-term pair bond, and they will do courtship displays, which is actually very sweet. I love seeing courtship displays in birds. And yes, they do nest in the same area. The nests can be built by both sexes, so both the male and the female will contribute, but it's said to be the bulk of it is done by the male. I'm not sure whether they reuse the same nests or not. As far as I'm aware, they build nests. And they will take quite a long time before choosing exactly what site. There was a study that showed they will assess anywhere between 3 to 4 different sites of potential nest locations before choosing one and then before building, which is really fascinating. And the new nests are said to take around, on average, of course, 2 months to build. Susie, they are territorial, so they won't tolerate other fish eagles, but when it comes to other raptors, Davi and I had one of the most incredible sightings I've ever had here with a fish eagle fighting a martial eagle in the sky. It was right here in Chitwa Dam. Do you remember that, Davi? I've never seen anything like that in my career, and yes, it was chasing the martial eagle away. It was quite a young martial eagle, so I would imagine, yes, they are territorial. I mean, fish eagles are quite substantial in size, but martial eagles are the largest we get out here. And if it's going to take on a martial eagle, then I imagine they're going to chase away any eagle that comes into their territory. I got fantastic photos that day. I must share them with you all of the two of them fighting mid-air. Chitwa Dam is very much the fish eagle's dam. Okay, Davi, shall we bumble forward a little bit?
Let's.
It is rather hot in the sun. As much of a sun bunny I am, I think we need to aerate ourselves just like what that fish eagle is doing. Open our wings and fly a little bit. along the dam wall. Whew. That's better, I must say. Okay, sometimes it's nice just to gain a little bit of height, look over the dam, and this drainage line, it may not be much to look at, but it's a very, very good place to scan for leopards. We've had Tandy and Maribes in here. I've had Sabui, Shasha and Langa in here. So it's a very good... Oh, do you want me to reverse, Dav? Oh, how on earth Davy spotted that? I do not know. We have he's swimming. Monitor lizard. I think we just interrupted his private swimming session.
What is this?
Very impressive, Davy. The sun is so white and so bright. It can actually be extremely blinding and play with your vision a little bit. So we'll forgive you for that one. I mean, not that I am confident we would find a leopard in this vegetation, but you never know. There's lots of little pans, lots of little areas with shade that anyone could be sleeping and hiding. So as I explore Chitwa Dam, we are going to send you across to Andrew.
So we also keep driving around. All we were hoping is to see maybe a leopard tracks that we can follow around. Tracks, it's a key. If you miss it, then you miss a sighting. So it's very important that first you got to find the tracks, or maybe chance that you spot the animal itself. I know Cara, she was seen that was up in Bevelishoek, where we were just looking around, and then she was seen actually moving far to the east. And so we're checking this boundary now, the western boundary. She actually haven't returned back to the west. We know she's still in the area. And when Lauren left her, it was already getting warm, but she was still moving, so we're not sure how far she has gone. And the other guys went there to follow up. And they will give us an update there. We're going to be sending her across to Lauren.
We have a bird for you that we don't see too often, at least static. Now, I thought it was the barn swallow, to be completely honest with you, but I've just had a little bit of a closer look and realised that sort of red head, or maybe chestnut is a better description, goes all the way from the beak to the sort of crown of its head, and that's not really a feature of the barn swallow. I'm wondering if it could be a different species. Now, we get the barn swallows, they're very, very common here. Any of you keen birders, would you be so kind to assist me? The barn swallows normally have that sort of glossy, rich blue colour, like the body of this individual. but that's normally the colour of the head. And the red part, the sort of chestnutty colour, is just a little bit in between the eyes and under the beak. I don't think this is a barn swallow, which is what I originally thought. I'm wondering if it's a wire tail swallow. Having a really good itch and scratch here, either way. We have another friend joining us. Davy is your favourite bird. What bird is it, Dav?
Greenback heron.
Yay! It's a greenback heron. I think he's going fishing. This guy is going to fish. Now, any of you, if you do know that swallow, if you can confirm it for me, please do let me know. #WildEarth or @FC on the YouTube chat. I don't think it's a barn swallow after all. Now, the green-backed herons are remarkable. You just have to watch them. Just give yourself 10 minutes, stop in the shade, which is exactly what we've done. And you'll see the water is like glass. It's so still. There's no wind. There's nothing moving the water really, probably other than the hippos. And the green-backed heron is so specialised, it can stretch out its neck while staying remarkably still and go fishing. You just have to watch them for a little while until they spot the fish that they want. Everybody's saying a wire-tailed swallow. Thank you so much, everyone. I knew it wasn't. I thought it was a barn swallow from far away. And then, when we got closer, this is a new bird for me, everyone. I'm going to add it to my bird list. I have just done that right now. Added it to my bird list. A wire-tailed swallow. How lovely. Named after the wire-like tail streamers. Can you believe it? You can actually see them. This gives a perfect view of those two tail streamers right at the end of the body. It's got a very white chest. The barn swallow is not so white. And of course, as I mentioned, the reason I knew it wasn't the barn was because of that reddish, chestnutty colour crown on top of the head. I love swallows. They're very swift, they're very graceful. They're lovely little birds, very delicate, especially in flight. And they eat aerial insects. And oh, that wasn't so graceful. And they eat them out the air. That shows what remarkable flyers they really are. To be able to maneuver your own body and acutely judge and execute a hunt in midair. It's incredible. What a lovely find. I hope you're all keeping bird lists, everyone. It's a really lovely thing to do. If you're not, you should. Every drive from Djuma, every bird that we put on camera, you should note it down. Eileen, as far as I know, they only eat insects. They're definitely carnivorous, and I'm really not sure if they supplement their diet with anything else. But as far as I know, they do only eat insects. But there's a lot of particularly bird species that will supplement, especially in harsh times. I mean, right now it's summer, there's insects everywhere. We found a huge click beetle in our camp last night. It was beautiful. But that will change. Winter will come. The insect populations will subside. So a lot of birds do supplement. We supplement. Humans also supplement. I supplement my diet with chocolate. I'm just going to check my bird app for you, Eileen. Aerial insects, ants, beetles, termites, alates, bugs, butterflies, moths, and flies. So as far as I know, it's just insects. That is absolutely picture perfect, Dobby. I need to make sure Dobby doesn't fall asleep here. Are you still awake?
I'm still here.
Good. It's so peaceful and tranquil. I actually just feel like... that feels good. Oh, Jackson, we have got a question for you, but FC, we've been speaking about two very different birds. I'm not entirely sure which bird you are referring to. Okay. You are asking about the heron. I am actually not entirely sure. I'm going to check this out for you right now and give you the most accurate answer. I call them the striated, but they're also called the greenback. The name can be used, whichever one you enjoy seeing. Okay, let's find out about their nests. It's built by the female in 3 or 4 days, if you're interested, and is used by the material that's gathered by the male. Oh, is he gonna fish? Look at the dragonfly that's just landed. I think that's a southern banded groundling.
Yeah, we're just looking at him.
So yes, the male gathers all the necessary sort of material and the female builds it. It's flimsy, saucer-shaped platform of sticks at a height in a branch or dense shrub above ground. There you go. I hope that answered your question. I also didn't know that. I think this heron's going to fish, but it's all about accuracy. Jackson, you also want to know how many eggs do they lay. I will also tell you that. I'm trying to keep my eye so I don't miss the hunt. It's not much of a hunt, but you know. Anywhere between 2 and 5, Jackson. That's the sort of average number. Even although it's the same species, they won't all lay the same amount of eggs across the board. There will be differences, but on average, anywhere between 2 to 5. Look at the dragonfly wanting some of the attention. You can even see its reflection. That's very sweet. But I guess it's like being a leopard or a lion. You've got to judge the distance. You've got to be very accurate in how you go about this hunt. You've got to stay still, be stealthy, be quiet. It's not too unlike the predators that we see in terms of the cats. Obviously not a hyena or wild dogs. But that's what this greenbacked heron is doing. Waiting. Staying remarkably still. small little fish that are swimming close to the surface will see him. Fish do have good eyesight. They can look up and have sort of, it won't be the most perfect vision, of course, but they can see what's happening on the surface if they're close enough to the surface. So too much movement will cause them to scatter or go deeper. Whereas this heron wants the fish, who also need the sun. In the morning, fish also need to warm up. They also need to power their muscles. And that's why a lot of fish, especially on your coral reefs, will swim very close to the surface when the sun comes up to get some heat. But they know that predators, aerial predators, lie in wait for them. I think the award for who wears the best patient pants is this heron. Definitely got more patience than I have. And it's quick. When they dive in, it's quick. Double H, very possibly. He's mesmerized by his own reflection. That is very possible. Maybe he's thinking, wow, I'm good looking. I did not realize this. No wonder the ladies love me. What a lovely moment this has been at Chitwa Dam, and I have added a new bird to my list. So I think Davy and I will just sit here a little bit longer and see if this guy gets lucky.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day Eco-Training Ranger experience for 2. Eco-Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
So everybody, we got a male leopard here. Can't really identify him 100%. We just flat, just saw the tail as we drive past by. If it's Tingana, then I wouldn't be surprised. Because now we're on one of the areas called Sandy Page and Vuyatela Axis Road. But he hasn't looked at us so much. And I drove here this morning. I turned around in this area with no tracks. Maybe just cross from the west into Djuma. So I'm going to stay put here. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Ngala.
Well done, Andrew. So we've come all the way down into the south to a place called Hippo Quarry, where this herd of elephants just came down for a drink. You see, actually followed by a male. I'm not going to explain why that's a male. I'm sure you guys can see for yourself. The two females in the front are actually pregnant. Their bellies are looking quite big. And then off to the right, we've got two males fighting behind this big male coming up. It was quite interesting to see. They were fighting up the hill. So as we arrived, I stopped and Owen says, "Oh, this is brilliant." And then he just broke into a song and he went, "Everybody was kung fu fighting." So I had to giggle a little bit. Now it looks like the fighting is done. So quite young elephants, both of those. This one, oh, there we go. Bit more fighting. Actually hear the tusks colliding. Notice the one on the right now. He's got a very, very, very long right-hand tusk, and then his left-hand tusk, well, he's behind the bush, but his left-hand tusk broke off completely. Well, not completely. There's probably about 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters left of it. The one on the left does not want to leave him alone. See what I mean? The size, the difference in tusk size. Oh, but that's very pointy and actually super long. Hopefully they don't want to start a fight with us being here. There we go. Actually very impressive listening to them fight. It's 6 tons running at each other and then clashing into each other. I think they might go for it again. Trying to lean out of... Oh, there we go. That was just trumpeting at cars now. So being this far south, we are literally on the tar road. So I'm going to go in front of the camera. I can't bend anymore. Let's turn around. Let me try go a little bit forward again. one in the back is definitely upset. You can see the head is raised. Must feel like he's been bullied. Straight through a bush. Now he's going to just destroy trees. Quite thick vegetation here. A lot of sickle bush around. Well, the one on the left is slowly starting to feed, so it seems like he's relaxed. Okay, well, since we're losing them, we're going to send you back to Andrew, who's still got his leopard.
Cool, everybody. We got a Dingana still. Looks like he's now on move. There's quite a lot of Franklins calling right in the thicket, so that's why it makes him stood up, because they also believe that it could be something hunting in this area. Another cat, not the same species. Sometimes. So he just went down politely in that shed. And the grass is not actually very good for us, but we're going to see here. Looks like it's going to be busy sighting. We're just going to see how many vehicles coming this side. And then if so, then we can always make them space and then come back again when there's a chance. Simone, you say that Duke is back in town. Yes, indeed. And I'm actually happy to see him. I was worried because he was not around for a while and I'm not sure where he was. Whether he was on the west, whether he was in Manyeleti there. Because they move around, these animals, so much. So it's also very important to see leopard during the day where they do their things, knowing that for sure when they hunt, they're more likely to, waste a lot of energy because it's the daylight. And they're so camouflaged through that grasses. When I say to Mpo is a leopard, it's just because then I was 100% sure that I saw the tail. It did look like a leopard, and as it was Westberg, it was a him. And then with the carabine seen this morning in Beblisuk, heading east, last update. She might maybe attracted or whatever they come across each other's scent. Josh, 7 years old. So you're asking how many hours do leopards sleep? So they sleep a lot. 16, roughly 18 hours sleeping. And when that does that, it consumes a lot of energy during that time when they sleep. But truly, I might say that leopard even much better active than the lions. So Nikki, you're asking what is the difference between a male leopard and a female? So female, roughly, they are a lot smaller in size. Males always bigger in size. And that's the difference. So the female would weigh 55 kilogram, 60 kilogram. Males, can get up to 75 upwards kilogram. So males are far too big. But when we saw him on move, saw under his neck, so there is a hanging skin. So the male usually they would grow or hanging lip, which indicate that animal is old.
That's fine. I'll stand by. I'm near Sydney, so thank you.
So cats hunt by sight, hearing, but also sense of smell. So anything being around you in terms of the antelopes, once you pick up the scent where they've been, and also able to tell when that antelope has been in that area, possible even to tell, or he knew which antelope that it is. And they actually hunt by ambush stock. So you're asking how many leopards are in this park. So I think the whole entire Kruger Park, all the sub-ascent. I'm not sure how many of them, but we have a lot of different leopards. So itself in Djuma, we see quite a lot of different leopards, nearly 8 different. So including from the south where they enter Djuma, from the east also the same. The west sector, which is Simbambile Ratuza, they also come in. That Shidulu, that's where she normally hang around up in the west, come into Djuma quite often. So we see only in Djuma around roughly 8 different leopards, or could be more though. But their entire whole reserve, it's probably quite a lot of them. So there is a busy sighting here. So I'm going to move off for now, let the other guys come in. We can always talk to the radio and see where there's space, and we can always come back to this site here. It's nice sighting, everyone.
So, leaving the elephants, they all moved off into a thicket, and so now we stopped with zebra. Looks to be 3 mares and then 1 stallion, but no sign of any youngsters, only impalas around as well. And since we've been there, the tails have not stopped wagging. So now there's that theory about why zebras have stripes. I'm thinking about Andrew's leopard. Why the zebras have stripes is because the stripes confuse flies. So less flies land on them, but not today. I mean, judging by that tail, they must be circled by flies. I'm so irritated. Very, very, very busy. And then you'll hear a lot of oxpeckers coming from there as well. Of course, 2 male impalas, along with the 4 zebra. They do hide quite well when they want to. One of them have actually moved into the shade, the smart one. I think it's the stallion. So he's all the way on the left, and the 3 mares to the right, but no babies here. So eventually, the direction they're actually heading now, if they continue for another 300, 400 meters, they'll get to a very big clearing, and they'll probably end up spending the night there. I don't think they need to move too much for water, for grass, it's everywhere. So they'll just venture up and down here and then spend the night in the clearing where it's safer from ambush predators. We were talking about a little bit earlier, Odie and I, and saying we haven't seen a cheetah here in forever, and we just think the grass is too long. So it'd be quite tough. The cheetah would definitely disappear in this. Still just see those tails wagging constantly. Very cool to see those 2 elephants fighting though. Must say I quite enjoyed that. Especially the sounds. There we go, one is moving a little bit further on. It's quite nice. Now, today we've got 4 vehicles out on the reserve, Rule, Trico and Fred. And then of course us. Not too much have been found. I think they plan on making their way past that lioness and the 3 youngsters. They should still be in the riverbed. And we got reports of some members of the Birmingham Pride actually on the tar road, but we checked the tar road. Nothing there, unless they're further up north, but we can't drive that section because it's just too muddy. Or definitely get stuck. And Odie and I don't like being stuck. Actually, I don't mind it. Odie just doesn't like pushing the vehicle. How's the view? A bit tough. Let me try to go a little bit forward. I know when we just arrived, they were a bit skittish, trying to run away from us, but hopefully now they've gotten used to us. There's not a lot of us that's been driving the south lately. We've been spending majority of our time in the central parts around the Timavati riverbed. There we go, that's quite a nice shot. See the faces in the shade, oxpecker in the back there. And the tail's still wagging. Beautiful stripe pattern. There's no discontinuation there. It doesn't look like he's been attacked by lions or anything. Melissa asking, sorry, gave them a bit of fright. These are Birchall zebra. This is the only one you'll find here. And sorry, I'm trying to look for a good example now, because on this male, you can't really see the shadow stripe too well. They always have shadow stripes in between the black stripes. There's a bit of a shadow stripe there, yeah. So you can see the lighter, almost dark grey stripe between that. Must say, I love the tail of a zebra, that the stripes actually continue all the way down into the black head. This one's, he eats a bit and then all his attention turns to us. Even walking away, both ears are facing us. So we are basically the only thing that's curious in this area. they always look so well fed. Of course, now at this stage they are. It's usually quite tough to tell whether a zebra is sickly or not. We've got layers of fat in their neck that keeps the mane upright. So once you start noticing a mane of a zebra drooping to a side, it means they're losing condition. Otherwise, they always look to be quite big. I think their digestive system releases a lot of gas, so their tummies are rather big all the time. Eating that much grass, it's bound to happen. Must say it didn't happen to that lioness this morning. It came out the other side. That oxpecker's not even feeding. He's just sitting there. You often see that winter time, it's nice to see oxpeckers line up on the animals. I think also just grabbing body heat from them. Of course, in the winters, in the mornings when we drive out, it is freezing. I'm actually rather excited for that. There's one very busy tail. Very busy tail. I think our plan from here is we'll actually head up and we'll go through two of those big clearings, see if maybe we can find even more zebra, anything else really, and then go across towards the Timbavati River. We're not going to go towards the Birmingham Pride this afternoon. We'll leave it for the other rangers to enjoy, and maybe in the morning we'll check what they were up to. No, we're just cruising around the south, see what we can find. Beautiful area, this. I mean, the vegetation just completely different from further up north. Majority of this just savanna plains, lots of guarri thickets, some sickle bush growing. Oh, he's having a scratch. Scratching his nose on the dead branch there. I love it when they face you and there's that diamond shape on their head. The stripes come together, then move out towards the eyes and then back together again at the nose. So he's scratching the cheek now. Because they don't have any hands, they can't really use their hooves to scratch their face. So use whatever they can. It's interesting, we saw a zebra with a blind left eye the other day. Blue. Looked absolutely amazing. But you wonder where that's from. I mean, it could be that it was trying to scratch itself and just a stick went into the eye. She pierced it. You can imagine how painful that is. But very, very, very cool to photograph that blue on the eye. And there he is, back staring at us. Piece of grass hanging down the side. A hillbilly moment. Thick neck though. A good looking stallion. He did quite well, having 3 females here already for himself. They must be a little bit older, maybe 12, 13 years old. I find it very tough to judge the age of a zebra. Definitely enjoying the grass, so it's good for them. There's a lot of long grass around. Eileen, very good question. I have no idea. I actually have no idea why or how zebra hooves do not overgrow. Can you imagine that? They'll probably scrape it against whatever they can. It gets uncomfortable, but good question. I think if anyone in the community maybe has an answer for that, I do not have an answer for that. Definitely being bothered by flies. You can see every now and then he shakes his horns. So now we've got an impala in front of us doing exactly the same thing, but actually a little bit rougher, trying to scratch his head. He's got his entire head in the bush, fighting with the bush basically, with his 2 horns. So it's not really rutting season yet. And we've got 2 impalas fighting with bushes. One on the road and one just left of that. Must be a good scratch. Whenever the one is trying to intimidate the other one saying, I'm not intimidated, my bush is bigger. So it's funny, we've been driving around and some of these impala lambs actually look like they might be a week or 2 weeks old. We've been seeing a lot of quite small ones, which is strange because usually, well, it looks like majority of them were born in December. And the first impala lamb we saw was mid-November. But then driving around and seeing a 2-week-old lamb, it's just been very odd. But they are in exquisite condition. Really, all of them looking very, very good. This is only damaging the one branch. So much energy. In this heat, I don't think I'd be going for that long. That's silly behavior. There's not going to be a single leaf left on that branch when he's done. Good practice for them, especially it looks like there are 2 branches. So he'd be able to interlock his horns with the branches. If it was another impala, it'd be quite dangerous with them like that. Although, I mean, from here you can even see how their horns are grooved. So when they do fight, the horns actually stick to each other rather than slip and poke one's eye out. Although saying that, we have seen quite a few blind impalas on the property as well where the horns have slipped.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
We have some Loxodonta africana. Crossing. I love it when they do that. They put grass on their head. It never fails to entertain me. And then they just leave it on their head. Now, we're on Cheetah Cut Line. This is our eastern boundary. So the elephants are quite literally crossing from Djuma into Torchwood. They're making their great escape. I was really hoping to find some elephants near a waterhole today. It's that heat, that very, very intense heat that we're having. It'd be so lovely to have a pool party. She's quite close to the vehicle, Davi. We see you. It's a boy, actually. Hello. A young male. Putting his bottom in our faces. Hello. Yes. You walked up to us, mister. I'm just going to keep talking. Sometimes if you just keep talking, don't go silent, don't go too loud. You're a cheeky chappy. At least I think it's a male. I don't see any sort of potential mammary glands. Oh, I think we're now actually enjoying the grass here. Davi, our shadow is on this youngster's trunk. We do see you. Oh. And I have elephant snot all over me.
Me too.
Yes, you're being a monkey. Having a bum scratch, eating grass, while being boisterous and covering me in elephant snot. That's the first. I'm just gonna keep, I think it's a male. It's very difficult to tell. You need to get a good look at the sort of forehead if you can't see the genitalia. And a good look at those mammary glands in between the two front legs. I think we've calmed down now. You see the moisture coming from his ear, Davi? That's actually where the ear hole is. A lot of people ask, where's the ear hole? And despite that large sort of cartilage shape ear, the actual hole is there. And you can see it's very moist. Retaining a little bit of water. This youngster's probably been splishing and splashing in some wallow fairly recently. Now we've got another huge... And this is definitely a bull. There's no mistaking that. Coming right next to the car. Oh, having a little sniff. Maybe that's a young female after all. I don't want this big bull to upset this youngster. Wow. I haven't had elephants this close to the vehicle in quite some time. stood next to him, I don't even think I would come up to his tail, the top of his tail. I think he's a gentleman, though. You can look at his body shape and his mannerism. I can't see any signs of must in this big bull. He's missing a tusk, Davy. Do you see that? Minamu, I agree. It's a real joy, especially to be in such close proximity to them. Sorry, Jared, you did ask me a question earlier. You're welcome to repeat it. I was just keeping my eye on the elephants. I didn't want this bull to cause havoc, shall we say. He's very relaxed. Nikanova, you're asking about a breeding season. Believe it or not, in literature there's actually contradictory information. And I believe there's not a strict breeding season, but because the gestation period is almost 2 years, it just falls a little bit short of that. The sort of mating will occur in the dry season, getting ready for a birth to happen in the summer. Because, of course, if you have a young calf and the calf is born in winter, especially a very harsh winter where water is not so plentiful, the vegetation's dry, the trees are bare, that's going to be a very difficult start for the calf once it gets ready to go on to solid food at about 6 months. So although they're sort of in milk for up to 4 years, they do start to go on to solid food at around 6 months. So they do normally give birth in the dry season in winter, keep their offspring in milk to get ready to flourish at 6 months in the sort of heart of summer. But there's not a strict breeding season as such. I've seen this male before, missing that left tusk. A lot of species out here sort of time it to coincide with summer when the food for their offspring is plentiful, or at least the food for the mother is plentiful, so that she can at least produce strong and rich milk. If times are stressful and resources are lacking, mother's milk will probably be deficient, and it's not ideal for the calf in terms of survival. What a lovely, lovely bull. I really don't smell must. I don't see temporal glands, secretions. I don't see dribbling from his penis sheath. He's not in must. Nikki, it's periodic and is said to happen annually. It lasts for a sort of protracted length of time, and bulls can go into their first must around 18 years old, but it's a very short one, and it's highly unlikely that they'll ever sort of mate successfully at that age. That won't happen, and that's when all the hormonal changes start to take place, and it's a bit of a process, almost like humans, females. It's a pseudo-estrus and a sort of pseudo-must to begin with. And then, of course, they really come into full swing in their must. Normally around 25 years old, they're in the full swing of becoming a must bull. So from that period of being ousted and getting your full proper must at 25 years old, they will join other bulls until they're ready to mate. That's really when they form those sort of bachelor herds. But they can sometimes have up to 60 times the amount of testosterone. So it's a huge hormone change for them, and that's why they act the way they do. 60 times the normal amount when not in must. And it's sort of estimated on average their first proper chance to mate will be between 30 to 35 years old, which is quite old before you actually get the opportunity to mate. JP, the hairs on the tail acts, it has a number of functions, but one of those functions is most definitely a fly swatter. It really does protect the genitals. Flies are landing on it, parasites, ticks. So it's constantly swooshing. It's also used in communication, but it's constantly swooshing just to protect those sort of sensitive regions of the genitalia, of course. Now, if it was just that cylindrical sort of tail, it wouldn't be very efficient. So one of the reasons is it sort of covers a larger surface area when it's got those hairs like that to be, well, a more efficient fly swatter, I guess. And there's a sort of theory that the long, wiry hairs in elephants, because they're very, very long and they're coarse. I've actually touched Asian elephants and the hairs are extremely coarse. And it's to help cool the elephant down. So the heat actually acts as a heat conductor and it draws the heat away from their huge bodies, believe it or not. And scientists have found, they've studied this greatly, that the hair on elephants can actually increase heat loss up to about 25% when there's a light breeze. Anywhere between 5 to 25% of the elephant. And that's just from the hairs on an African elephant's body. So I think it will have sort of multi-purpose. The hairs are very sparse, but they are present. And they act as little heat conductors, as well as the ears, as well as the wrinkly skin. Mark, yes, they absolutely do. And that's actually the main cause of death in elephants. If it's not by disease or by parasites, it's normally caused by the teeth wearing down. So they have 6 sets of molars that come in and act like a conveyor belt, if you like. They come in at different ages and, of course, crunching on branches, especially in winter, is going to wear them down. They get their first molar around 1 year old. Then they get their second molar at about 2 years. The third at 6 years. The fourth at 15. The fifth at around 28. And the last molar at around 47 years old. And then, of course, once it's worn down, they're not able to chew their food properly. And that's said to happen on average at around 60 years of age, and that's the main cause of death in elephants. And the elephant's physical condition will completely decline. They can't chew their food, and this is when you normally find them around water bodies because they're seeking softer, more palatable vegetation. It's also another reason that elephant populations across Africa will differ in their lifespan because the diet differs. So even if you compare here to the Mara, slightly longer in the Masai Mara because 80% of their diet is soft grasses. Whereas in the Lowveld, they go through quite contrasting seasons. In summer, it's fantastic. Look at this guy. He's having the best time eating this grass. But in winter, they have to adapt and they have to eat trees and shrubbery, and that's what will impact the teeth. So when we get asked about lifespan, it's always average because it will differ across different geographical locations. Nothing's the same, especially environments, resources, and that will impact the populations that are present there. Lanai boy, they have two. Female elephants have two mammary glands, very, very similar to humans. They're very, very visible on females once the females come into sort of adulthood. And that's the easiest way to identify the sex of an elephant. It's not as easy as you would think. Okay, as our herd moves off into the thicket, we are going to bumble in the east and see what else we can find.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
Well, one track here in front of me, and then one track went right there. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Sorry, I'm gone behind the car. That's very rude of me. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Oh my word. Oh my word. Okay, so everybody, we've just bumped into Pride of Lion.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want the wildebeest cross. Is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Okay. Guys, sorry for me laughing about this, but Jared, I'm going to have to give it to you. This is perfect timing. So we've been sitting at this waterhole. Guys, so we came here, we checked the waterhole, checked for the lions, found nothing. Went over to where the female with the cubs were seen this morning. She was still in the den side, so there was absolutely no visual and no plan of them coming out. And literally 2 seconds before Jared came over to us to just have a look at the waterhole, BK actually spotted the lions coming into the water. So this was great timing. Absolutely amazing. It just shows you sometimes if you just switch off the car and listen to the birds and all of those things, the big stuff will come to you. You don't always have to go and get them. I'm amazed. This is incredible. This is stunning. So yeah, guys, this is the Southern Pride. So far, I'm only seeing the one female with the 3 cubs. It looks like the largest set of cubs, and it's definitely the younger female, the one with the largest set of cubs. But I do feel like the rest will follow soon. So it was a relatively warm day. I know we're sitting in the shade now, but that's just because the clouds have started moving in from about 3 o'clock this afternoon. There's Mom joining them now. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the rest of the pride will join soon. If these 4 are already active and moving, I don't see how the rest would have stayed behind. They might just be a little bit woken up a little bit later or so. But yeah, this is incredible. We were literally 5 minutes away from calling it and saying, no, these lions might have moved to a different area or so. This is amazing. Yeah, by the way they're looking back, I do think the rest of the lions are coming, because from what let me just make sure I look through the binoculars. Yeah, see there's 4 cubs. So the other, we're missing 2 cubs and one of the 5-month-old, and then all 3 of the 8-month-old cubs are here. So we're missing the older female, and who is the mother of the 5-month-old cubs, and then the remaining 2 younger cubs. But this is just incredible. This is amazing. You can see the female's belly is not overly full, so I do think they might look to hunt. Perfect place for them to hunt, though. There was a couple of impala that came in to drink a while ago, but they've moved off. The wind is going to be wrong for these lions to do so. So, with the impala specifically now. So I think they'll rather wait for something to come in from our backside. So, opposite direction of where she's traveling from now, or traveling to now. Because that will be better for them as far as the wind is concerned, and most of the animals in any way come in from that side. The bush is full of surprises always. You can see she's picked up on those impalas. She's staring straight to where the impalas were earlier. I can't see them anymore, but that is exactly where they were, and definitely paused right where she was. It'd be incredible if she goes into more of a hunting mode now. We'll have to see. With them coming in so nonchalantly to the water, there's a very good possibility that the impalas might have spotted them coming into the water and are already aware of what's going on. As you can imagine, when animals come to or move away from a waterhole, their eyes and ears are always a little bit more up than usual, purely because of the fact that the predators often use waterholes as a means to either, hunt Handa, not to my knowledge, not that we've seen with them as far as their spines are concerned. It could just be, these guys are growing so quickly now that with their metabolisms being so high, they just use a lot more energy to grow than the adult lions, and they might look a little thin. I'll have a look when they stand up again if they're walking, because it would be very apparent when they walk if there's a spinal problem, but not that we are aware of. We spend quite a bit of time, not only myself but also all of the other guides spend a lot of time with these lions. As you can imagine, having cubs in a sighting is always cool, so we would have, I think we would have picked up, unless it's a new injury, the one that happened overnight or so. But see, that little one is definitely fine, and we'll see now the rest of the cubs should follow soon. They're not gonna lie by themselves over here. There we go. That one is also all right. We'll see now. We'll have a look when they all start walking away. I think it might just be a case of them being a little bit scrawny at the moment because they haven't eaten in, let's say, a day or two. They don't always enjoy lying down as much for as long period of times as the adults. So they will get up and they'll play, and that also burns a lot of energy in the process. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, the antelope or the herbivores, the prey species, are always a little bit more aware of their situation when they're around water, just because they know that things like lions and leopards and so on often use water as a means to set a trap, or even just they hang around the water because, well, they're quite water dependent, but also they know that when grazing, the animals can go everywhere, but when coming down for a drink of water, there's always animals that's going to come to a specific waterhole. So the opportunities are almost guaranteed. What does that guy pick up now? That cub is just being silly. He picked up a piece of wood, walking around with it now. A new toy. See the third cub is also up now. That his spine is also all right. So it's just this last one that we need to make sure of. I do think they're just a little hungry. As soon as the fourth cub gets up and moves to the same spot, we'll go a little closer, get a better angle on where the lions came from, also to see if the rest of the pride is not coming down. Giraffe girl, yeah, you're absolutely right. The Southern Pride, well, all of our lions actually look very healthy and fit all the time. The females are exceptional hunters and even better mothers when it comes to taking care of the cubs. So we're very lucky to have, with both prides, but specifically the Southern Pride, extremely good mothers in the pride, as well as, like I said just now, hunters as well. So taking down prey animals is not a difficult task for them. They're quite successful at that. And, you know, when they're successful at hunting, then they're going to be successful at keeping their cubs healthy as well. Only thing that they then need to worry about is choosing, if the cubs are still small, choosing the right den site, which is safe enough for things like hyenas not to be able to find it, or not choosing a den site close to a snake's hiding spot or something like that. But that most of the time is just pure bad luck when it comes to the snakes. However, from what I've seen, I mean, all 10 the Southern Pride cubs at the moment are doing very well. So obviously the den sites up to now has been chosen well. So yeah, guys, we're going to quickly see if we can see where the other females and 2 cubs are. But for the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew.
All right, now we got it back to the Tingana, the male leopard. He's now taking it easy. It's quite a few vehicles here. There's another 2 vehicles, including me. But this time, you know, this is another position where he is at right now. So he was next to the road last time we saw him. Now he's pushing west. Always. And then if he does that, then it means the result of him crossing back to the west again. So we'll just gonna spend time with him, just see, you know, just taking it easy. And if you don't know he's there, of course, impossible to find out where he is. And he doesn't look really full tummy to me. Probably hungry still. So Phyllis, you're asking, do leopard and cheetah can be together in the same territory? That can happen, but they won't stick around together. So it's the same with the lions, where he is as a Tingana male right now. This area, it's occupied by male lions. But also his territory, nothing to do with the lions. So it's about the same with a leopard and cheetah. So if it's in an area where there's a cheetah around here, it will be a cheetah's territory. In the meantime, in his territory, so there is nothing to do between their two different species. But the concern is another same species. Oh, there's a hyena coming in. Hyena coming in. He hasn't seen Tingana yet. Oh, now he saw Tingana. So that kind of growl was kind of unhappy, trying to warn that hyena. And that hyena went so close to him before he could see him. Or looks like a female before she could see him. Tingana is up. Looks like he got quite a lot of ticks. Yes, indeed. He has ticks on his ears. But the other ears, now we can't see it. He's just facing different way. You know, leopards are solitary animals. So many of times lions in group, animal those in group, they will help each other groom ticks, get ticks out of the way. Where that ticks is on that ear, it's not easy for him to get it off until they eventually fall off. So if they were a cooperative animal, hang around, social together as a group, then they're all able to help each other. And now he's already independent, fully grown male, then he's got to be alone. He's actually now changed direction because that hyena has now moved across to the other side. So we're going to stay here with this Tingana. I'm going to be sending you across to the line.
Alright guys, so all of the cubs have now moved around, we've moved around as well, and we had a look at all the cubs, all of their spines are fine. If we go over to the little one, you'll see he's just a little thin. So that one that's coming into the right hand side of your screen now. So I think it's just a case of them burning more energy than the adult females. And because of that, they are going to be nice and hungry. I also see this female's milk has now dried up completely, so the youngsters are not getting that, dessert after every blue wildebeest that they used to. So with that being the case, I think with them getting weaned, they are now just, I wouldn't say struggling, but let's use that word, struggling a little bit to adapt to having an only meat diet. Typically at around 5-6 months, that's where you'll find the females taking the cubs off the milk. By that time, their stomachs are strong enough to be exclusively on meat, and also the main thing is their teeth starts hurting the females quite a bit, because as you can imagine, with them growing, they want milk every single. So with that being the case, there's quite a bit of impatience when it comes to the fact that they need more milk than the female can provide at that time for their body size. So they are biting and doing all sorts of things, fighting with each other around the mammary glands and so on, which is just uncomfortable and sore for the female. So typically that's when you find her, continuing to push them away from drinking milk. And as soon as they stop drinking, when she doesn't allow them anymore, her body also feels that there's no one drinking anymore, so her body will physically stop producing milk as well. So I think that's more just the case of these little ones. So with that happening, you'll find that their rib cage is showing a little bit more than the rest of the cubs, and that's just because they are not on the milk anymore. But yeah, the cubs are not really worried about anything, but I see the female constantly looking around, scanning with her nose into the wind, to the north and to the east, which is where the dominant wind direction is coming from. So I'm pretty sure that they are going to look to hunt a little later. But yeah, all just very, very lazy. I think we got a little lucky with them coming down a little earlier than usual because of the cooler weather coming in. But yeah, so guys, what's happening now is there's two other vehicles that also quickly wants to come and have a look at the lions. We're going to quickly move out, give them some room so that they can also see. We'll maybe go and have a look if we can't see the other female with the other two cubs. So yeah, if we find something, we'll let you know.
How amazing are those colors? So this is how Odie and I are ending our day. We still have a bit of work to do, but I mean, this is the end of the daylight, and it's just a stunning sunset over the Drakensberg Mountains. So where the sun is setting, just to the left of that is Mariepskop. It's the highest part in these parts. So there's quite an interesting little trail run that goes up Mariepskop. Quite a fun run. It's called Kruger 2 Canyon. So the one day you run up the mountain, it's about a 6-kilometer climb, and then you run around the peak and you come back down, and then the next day you run through a reserve. So for any trail runners out there, quite something to look into if you're keen on that sort of thing. There was an elephant coming up the road. It's still coming. Just see the ears flapping every now and then, still very far away from us. It might take some time to reach us, but those colors are just brilliant, aren't they? What a spectacular day. Leopard, hyena, prowler lion, zebra, giraffe. Just beautiful. Got a lot of Swainson spurfowl calling around us. Those to me sound like bossy toes. They make a lot of noise. Here comes the elephant Odie. Slowly bumbling up the road towards us. No rush in the ward. Must be quite nice not having, any particular schedule. There's no dinner time, there's no lunch time. You just eat whenever you want, you drink whenever you want. And it comes. Rhythmically just flapping its ears to cool down. Not enormous tusks. Quite like a winter sunset in the bush. The temperatures definitely dip down very quickly. So you can actually see the Swainson spurfowl in front of the elephant in the road. But that red underneath the chin. Very sure he'll move out the way soon, hopefully. There's a crested Franklin as well, running in front of the elephant. The elephant putting some dust on itself. These birds love running on the road. Although, you can imagine, running on the tire tracks much better than running in the grass. Sometimes the grass here, it's like a barrier right next to the road, very, very long, so you can't really see what's on the other side. Coming straight towards us. It's funny watching the direction these birds choose to run in. I always feel so bad when you drive, they run in front of you, and then sometimes they have chicks. And you end up just chasing the chicks away from the mom. So you try to speed up and the chicks can fly off. You don't chase them too far. It amazes me. It's probably 60 meters away now. You can't hear a single sound. He's definitely walking with swagger, isn't he? Oh, stop. You can hear another elephant trumpeting in the background there. Actually, a bush is crashing. It must be running in some certain direction. Just crashing over trees. But still, it's very far away from us. So nothing to worry about. It'd be quite nice the direction he's walking into now. It might just walk into our sunset shot. Unless he starts to feed. No, it's coming slowly. Every now and then just lifting the trunk to scratch its ear. There he goes. That is honestly the best name I've ever heard on this show. Do you hear that, Odie? I like Rowan. Odie didn't hear it properly. Let me just repeat that. I like Rowan. Asked, have I ever seen an elephant sleeping? I have, actually. And it's... The last time it happened, it was actually a little bit scary. So I'm going to try reverse just a little bit now that we've lost the elephant. There's another small clearing here, small gap through here. There it goes, still ambling off. The last time we found elephants sleeping, it was a little bit off-putting because it was not too far from the road. And, I mean, they were just lying down. It was a mother and baby lying down right next to the road. And they didn't even shift when we got there with the vehicle. And so we sat there for a while waiting to see if these elephants are breathing, and you could not see any movement. So the thought in my mind was, oh no, this elephant was dead. And then what we have to do is actually go off on foot and check, sadly, whether the tusks are still intact. So I went off on foot and I tried to move around them slowly. And I got to maybe about 15 meters away, and then you could see them breathing. So that was quite scary. My I went back to the vehicle, drove in, and then, yeah, they woke up eventually. It was winter time, so still quite cool, and it was just a mother and a baby sleeping on their sides. So obviously the smaller ones, they often lie down on their sides. The larger elephants, what they'll do is actually find a termite mound, maybe rest on the side onto a termite mound, or maybe just put their head against a tree, sleep like that. But then sometimes they do lie down.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I'm so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Great, everybody. We still sitting here with the Tingana, as you can see. He just now put his head down completely. And now it's getting dark slightly, so we're just going to see what is going to be happening with him. Maybe he's going to be interested on moving again. Well, he's probably done a lot of moving during the day as well. That's a bird that you can hear on the background. It's a crested francolins. They're all about communication since the sun is gone. The last communication of the day. But now he just went flat. So that hyena may come back, but probably that hyena, she was always behind this leopard. So as long as she knew where that leopard is, we're not sure. It's probably, I didn't see it disappeared completely. She just went behind the bush, and there's so much tall grasses here. And I believe she's just lying down, keeping an eye on the movement of grasses, that she knew this leopard will be on move, and then she'll always be behind this leopard. And this is what the hyena does. And that's how they scavenge about from leopards. Looks like he's up. So Nick Nova, you're asking, would the hyena call the rest of the clan? In this situation, no. Unless if then this leopard got a decent prey species that hyena is not winning, then of course we're definitely going to call for help. And many times they call for help when there is a pride of lions, because they don't take chances on lions. So that single hyena we saw walking across here, she would take a chance stealing from this leopard if the kill is on the ground. So there's a less chance of that hyena calling for the rest of the clan for help. So a comment from Monkey Moon, he's saying he looks so relaxed. Indeed, he looks very relaxed, except for that hyena that walked past by here. But he's aware alert of that. So he knows hyena could be around. And he's actually been seen a lot of this situation where the hyenas are all behind them. But he indeed is very chill, very relaxed, a leopard. So a lot of time when the leopards are on move, except when they are on a trail of scent marking, reactivating their scent and things like that, because they got to push by a situation they have to complete within a few days, depending on how tall a tree, how big it is. But just the moving and hunting, they take their own time, be patient enough, wait, and they move. Maybe 100 yards, lie down, relax, over and over. So he would be doing that for a lot of time, the whole night, you know. So Jackson, you're asking until when male leopard, until they reproduce. So that depending also on an area of where there is so many of dominant males, where there's no chance for such as a young leopard from age 4 to be able to reproduce. So until they normally dominate when they're about anything 5.5, 6 years, and that's where male now is dominant. If it's too much early, anything from 4 it's so that there's not much chance if it's so many of other male that are dominating around here, because it's all about dominate before you can reproduce. So young male, when he's around 5.5, then from there he can then try, but he's got to be careful, challenging for a fight, taking over the other territory for the other male. And when they're around 7-8 years, and of course they are then so much feet that can able to do a lot of challenge in this fighting and win territory. So I'm going to be also sending you across to Tswalo on their bumble.
All right, guys, so we had a drive up the road from where the lions came from, and they walked quite a bit since this morning, I have to be honest. I didn't expect them to do so. Found where they went off the road, and it is exactly where not exactly where we thought they were going to be, but it's where we thought they might have gone to if we wouldn't have had signal to broadcast. So no luck on relocating the other female and the other 2 cubs, but we're now just slowly heading back to the waterhole, waiting for the other vehicles to also have their turn, and then we'll go and spend some more time with them. But yeah, it is amazing how sometimes, everyone thinks that the lions are mostly sleeping during the middle of the day, but this just shows you, after we left them this morning, they must have traveled, I want to say, more than a kilometer still. Well over a kilometer. I want to say 2 kilometers almost, in the heat of the day, with the sun baking quite nicely, and then went and found a resting spot. And the clouds came in this afternoon. 5 of them decided they're going to come down. They might have always also linked up with the others by now, the other female and the 2 cubs that were missing initially this afternoon might have gone just through the bush instead of choosing the road. So we'll see now when we go back into how cool. I can see the sociable weavers operating. Late afternoon is usually the best time to be at the nests, because then that's when all the birds, early morning as well, but late afternoon is when all the birds are coming back. Very, very vocal. And again, they chose a common camel thorn tree to make their nests, and you can see as the nest got bigger on the one side, and they ran out of room to continue building. They started making 2 other sets of nests. So eventually, if the tree is strong enough, all of these nests will join up with one another. But most of the time before that happens, you'll find that there's either a hectic rainstorm that comes through, or strong wind, or the nest just physically gets too heavy and one of the branches will break, if not 2 of them. Busy little bees. You know, for very long I wondered, because with these nests being such a great canopy, almost like an umbrella, I always wondered why the animals won't relax underneath the nests during the day. And just the sheer sound tells you one reason. You know, having to listen to that all the time when you're trying to sleep is going to be already bad enough. But as you can imagine, the birds, when they're in the nests, and also the chicks, they don't do their, you know, bathroom things inside the nest. They aim it out of the little hole, or out of the little chute, and it will fall on the ground so that the nest doesn't fill up. So it's constantly going to be raining on whatever animal chooses to spend their time underneath it. I think during rainstorms or so, you'll find that some animals will shelter underneath it a little bit. But then they also shouldn't do so too much. Chihuahua, yeah. No, it does. It does look a little almost unrealistic, you know, having such large nesting spots. And so with that being the case, it's quite odd to be driving, especially if you're not used to it, to be driving out here and all of a sudden see these huge clumps of grass in the branches. But absolutely so special. But yeah, guys, I hear the one vehicle is pulling out of the lines now, so we're gonna start making our way that way again. Always cool to spend some time with the sociable weavers. Whoopsa. All of them just got a fright when I started the vehicle. So yeah, guys, we're gonna send you over to Lawrence along while we get back to the lines, okay?
And it's a little bit difficult to determine. I don't think there's any adults here. I think it's just the sleepy peepees, which means, of course, we cannot stay. But sometimes my eyes, we're now at that time of night where there's no ambient light. I can't really see anything. It's just worth scanning around. But it just looks like a bunch of sleepy cubs, which breaks my heart. Meaning we have to leave. Very, very sleepy cubs. But we will bumble to the other den. We're at den number 1. I don't really know what's going on with the den, so I do think it's worth exploring. So, bye guys. They don't even put their head up. Okay, let's see if I can out of here. With skill. They just sit like this and they just wait for the adults. While I check den number 3, we're going to send you guys across to Andrew.
Alright everybody, so we with this male still again. And so as you can see, we got him on an IR light, so which we don't want to put a spotlight on him, is that he needs his privacy with us being here, so we don't be a threat, because now it's dark. Denise, so you saying Tingana is saving his energy tonight to hunt, and yes, he is. he's saving quite a lot of energy, and then we're not sure where he's gonna end up to from tonight, the whole night. And he's gonna be moving about. So much will be maybe happening. He might sometimes stay in Djuma, or if that is something, maybe change his mind. In the evening, it's actually diet. So Henny asking how far leopard can see during the night. They can see far. I'm not sure how far, but they can still see well. When the night takes place, usually their eyesight change also, kind of slightly like infrared, slightly. So it's not like during the day, so maybe 100 yards, 150 yards. I'm not sure. Probably going to find out about that. But he definitely see at night. So we're going to stay here. It's not actually busy sighting, so we're going to stay put. I'm going to be sending you across to Ntswala.
Alrighty guys, so from flat leopards to flat lions, like I said, we had a look. That other female, I'm pretty sure she'll rejoin them later on. But
Sorry about that there. Yeah, so we're still here, sitting still with our beautiful Tingana. And he's still flat. And that hyena hasn't returned back here to disturb him. If then it was more than one hyena, he would probably just gonna look for a tree, because they would be pushing him too much, and then he would climb trees and then rest up in tree. But anyway, we saw him growl at a hyena, so he's relying on his power. So we're going to be staying put. I'm going to be sending you across to Ntswala.
Alrighty guys, so sorry about that. We're right on the edge of where our signal can get cut off. So where we were earlier, we were fine, and as soon as we moved a little bit, the signal just dropped. So that's why there was a little bit of difficulty showing you guys the lines. But like I said, I think they might wait for the cover of darkness. Maybe not. She's yawning like that. But I'm pretty sure they'll wait for the cover of darkness to enhance their chances to get a little better. I think that one cub is going to, no, not pounce on her. It is going to be quite a dark night tonight with all the cloud cover and also the moon coming out only very late. So that'll absolutely work to their advantage. And with that being the case, as soon as the sun sets completely, they'll then have the perfect opportunity to set up a trap to try and hunt. I mean, if the opportunity presents itself now, I'm very sure she'll go for it. But I do think they'll want to wait until both females are together so that they can work as a team. However, it is dangerous to try and predict what the bush is going to do sometimes. So we'll have to see. That cub wanted to go into like a stalking mode to pounce on his mother, play a little bit, but then he decided against it and now he's just lazy again. I think this little cub is going to get up soon. See him yawning quite a bit. Yep, there we go. Not in the mood for being all by himself. We'll just check where they're going. If they go around, all of them go around the bush, then we'll just move around with them as well. James, so with these lions, they grew up in Tswalu, having the vehicles driving around them all the time. So they've grown up not seeing the vehicle as a food source. It's just another four-legged noisy thing that smells of diesel, which is not something that they associate with food. So when we are on the vehicle, we try and not move, too much as far as standing up and those types of things are concerned. Standing up, we generally avoid, just so that they see the vehicle and us on the vehicle as a unit. And with that then being the case, they are very much relaxed with the car. If I had to climb out of the vehicle and go and stand in front of the bonnet or in front of the nose of the vehicle, that will be a totally different scenario. But then they won't see me as food, they'll see me as a threat. And as you can imagine, when there's a mother with 4 babies with her, a threat is not something that you want to be, because that's when you get charged or killed very quickly. There's an impala standing. That's going to be a tough one. It's far away, but I think he's spotted, or she's spotted. Yeah, if you go in there in the middle of your screen now, a bit more to your left. Am I missing it now? There we go. You can see that's one worried impala. That's probably the ones that we saw earlier when we were at the waterhole, the ones that I told you about that came in and moved away again. But there is absolutely no chance of her coming any closer now with her spotting the lions. Interesting that she hasn't started alarm calling yet. Normally, even though the lions hasn't seen her, she'll let them know that she knows they're there. And that just reassures the fact that... there she's running away now. That just reassures the fact that they won't have a chance to get close to her. She'll always keep her distance. But yeah, guys, we're going to quickly move around the bush, see what the other lions are up to. For the meantime, we're going to send you over to Ngala.
Poor impala. I often wonder how terrible it must be for them to try to fall asleep at night. So we are now on the eastern boundary, a place called Buffalo Flats. Actually standing by trying to see if we can hear any lions calling, and we're discussing on our way here whether the moon is waxing or waning at the moment because we haven't seen it. And then as we turned onto Buffalo Flats, we found the moon. So it is waxing. Just a small sickle moon at this stage. Sorry, waxing means it's getting bigger. We are now in the cycle where it's going towards full moon again. Though this means the stars are going to be unbelievable tonight. We'll be able to see constellations such as Orion, Southern Cross, the whole Milky Way will be visible, and then, of course, Taurus as well. Then later on, once we move towards winter, we would get to see Scorpio, which I think if we had to wake up at 2 o'clock tonight, Scorpio would be above us. But how incredible is that moon? Actually very peaceful now. We couldn't hear too much. We've been sitting here for maybe 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Still no lions calling. And it is cool enough. The temperature has dropped significantly. So there are lions anywhere close by, and they're on a clearing like we are. I can imagine they'd start roaring. Actually, now I can hear some impalas ratting. The season has started. Shame, we've had a lot of time where we stop for drinks in the afternoon. And then sometimes, it's nearly this dark when you get up, and there'd be impalas ratting in the distance, and you just see the concern on any of our guest faces that don't really know the sound, because it's quite a disconcerting sound. It's like the snorting, grunting. It almost sounds like a leopard growling. Someone who doesn't know it. We played a joke on a bunch of students once. We stopped for a drink, and then once we heard the sound, me and another ranger just both bolted in different directions. And I remember this one student just saw us do it, and he had a beer in his hand. I just remember him flinging the beer into the air and also run in a different direction. Absolutely hilarious to watch.
It's the month of March, and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer, and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I love being a cam-up for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow.
My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the Live Safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
And now we have adults. Both Ribbon and Intima are here. Ribbon with her little one trailing behind her. And good old Ribs looking full. Right next to the vehicle. We checked in number 3. There was only one cub. I don't quite know who it was because we immediately left. Hello, Braveheart. And as we passed in number 1 again because it's right on the road. Why is everyone walking? Hey, hello. Good evening. As we were driving past in number 1, we bumped into Ribbon and Intima. And Ribbon's Intima's mum, and she's also the matriarch. And it's really lovely how they're always together, mother and daughter. There's a lot happening in this one frame. They're all appearing out of nowhere. I can't actually keep track of them right now. Oh, that's a bit naughty. Oh, cute. Kisses for Intima. And the young one's still trying his very best. And that just shows you how tender they are. That's Intima's cub underneath her tummy, suckling. And I think that could be Gingirika or Pumela that was just giving kisses. That's not their mum. But there's no aggression there, really. The adult females are all very tender with the cubs. And even when they do have to scold, yeah, Gingirika, they scold so gently, but the cubs also need to learn their place, as with any offspring, as with humans, as with leopards, lions. They need to learn what's okay, what's not okay, especially within a sort of unique social structure like hyenas. You have to maintain order. You can't have chaos. And order is sometimes maintained by the occasional scolding. Even elephants, they're always scolding the youngsters, and that's how they learn. But otherwise, the females are very, very tender to all the cubs, I feel, even the high-ranked ones. Vape Dad, You're saying they are such cuties. They really are. They really, really are. I think they're stunning animals. But of course, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and not everyone feels that way. I think I've managed to get Darby to fall in love with them.
Oh, yeah.
He can even recognize them individually now. It's not easy. You really have to spend time looking at them and observing them and really tuning into the clan. And I get it wrong all the time. It's definitely not easy. Canova, I'm not sure this one does, to be honest. I haven't actually checked around the backside. But it's the termite mound that's been built by termites and then sort of restructured by most likely a porcupine or a burrowing animal. And then the hyenas move in. So it's not the case that a hyena den has to have two entrances. For example, den number 2 that they were using definitely only has one hole. So it's an entrance and an exit. And I'm not sure about this one actually. It's really heavily overgrown. And I can't think if there's a hole at the other side. But I don't think so, from what I can remember. So obviously the less entrances, the better, I guess. Because that means that there's less chance for something to come in and harm the cubs. Oh, wow. What's happening? I have no idea. I don't know who this is. I don't know if it's Comet. Let's see if there's eye shine in that left eye. Comet's blind in one eye, so we should be able... Yeah, that's Comet. Definitely Comet. Oh. Comet's spending a lot of time around the den. He's always here. Recently, he is the only male that I see around the den, which is really strange. You see, he's not got that eye shine in the right eye. He's a handsome boy, though. Uncle Comet is very much popular today. You see hearts ones have got their tail up. Look at the little one putting its tail up. Where are you learning that act of dominance from? Look. And Tima's little one is literally trying to dominate Comet here. You see the spots actually, and infrared you can see the spot pattern. Oh. Grand River, you're right. I think that's what attracts me to hyenas. It's never a boring sighting. It's never... They're always up to something. All the interactions between the adults and the youngsters, it's really, for me, never boring. They're the most socially complex species out here for me, I think. Oh, and Tima's going to block the entrance. No one's getting in there. That is one hungry cub. And as Intima's little one gets older, it's going to become more and more dominant because Intima's high ranked. She's second in the hierarchy. And she's not comfortable, that's for sure. Trying there. I say it, I don't like using the word it, but we really don't know if it's a boy or girl yet. Slightly leaning towards boy, but it would be foolish. It would be foolish for me. Oh! Sorry, everyone. What are you doing? You can't eat my shoes like that.
You're right.
They're new shoes. I got a fright there, sorry. Jane, you're saying there's a lot of coming and going. Yes, I agree. I feel the adults... Don't even think about it. I feel the adults are a little bit nervy. And Tima and Comet, Ribbon was the same. It's almost like they hear something or something's unsettling them. And it won't be us. Trust me. We're here all the time. I think sometimes they actually just expect us. There we go. Here's Wild Earth again. But you're right. There's a lot of coming and going. Of course, this is when they get active. The sun's gone down. Now it's dark. That's why I'm looking into my monitor. And this is really the time for hyenas to get mobile, to get up, to sniff, to explore, to play, to engage. But they do hear something. It's my favorite place in the whole reserve, the hyena den. Wherever the hyena den is, it's where my heart is. And Tima is very much unsure of something. It could just be another hyena, of course. They all congregate here. This is a communal hangout spot. Oh, a eating something. Is it stick time? Or is it bone? I think it's a stick. Was that name Arthur?
That's right.
Oh, what a great name. Love it. Really not far in terms of distance. From den number 1 to den number 2, 50 meters, Davy, would you agree, in a straight line?
Yeah, sure.
And then to den number 3, 30 meters?
Yeah.
Davy's agreeing with me. So really, really close. It's completely in walking distance, and they're in a sort of straight line. They all sit nicely on the road, and that's why the hyenas are bounding between each den now. And for the older ones, that's absolutely fine, but the younger ones, that's what you worry about. Ooh. There's the dentures again. They found the dentures. You see that, Davy? No. On the right. Someone left their dentures behind. No, I'm joking. It's clearly from some antelope. I think that actually is a bone. Timothy, I'm not actually sure. I would imagine it's not something that's really ever seen out here, but I would imagine it's at nighttime, or at least when it's cooler. I mean, the heat we're sort of enduring right now is it's incredible and exhausting, and I wouldn't imagine that a mother would give birth during the day. Of course, it's similar to humans. They will have contractions, and it's obviously not their decision when it happens, but I would imagine there would be an environmental cue there that would stimulate the onset of the birthing process when it's a lot cooler. But I've never actually seen it, of course. Just like the other predators, they will really hide themselves. It's not something they will leave themselves open and vulnerable to. They definitely won't do it at the communal den. They'll most likely be at their natal den, all set up, ready to go in the shade, and a den where they can deposit the cub nice and safely. Oh, okay, I'm definitely not going anywhere. I'm going to sit and enjoy the Juma clan, and we're going to send you across to Andrew with his leopard.
All right, everybody, we got a Tingana. The male leopard looks like he's now getting mobile slightly. And we're just going to see how he's going to go. Because indeed, it's always about the night that he has taken place. So for him, he gains a lot of energy now. He's probably just going to do what he's capable of doing, moving, hunting about, patrolling his territory. Seems to be listening, and that's where the hyena gone. So he just went down. Maybe that hyena still there. I'm gonna drive slightly forward. Maybe we'll get a little bit of his ears. Oops. Looks like he's on move. we're just going to give it a chance because it looks like the minute we move, we also move. It's just because there's another vehicle that came in, so... But anyway, this is about the time for him to do it, to get to move around. He just went lay down again. So I'm gonna find another gap. At least we can get a better visual there. We just dump on our way. Can I even try get slightly? Going, it won't stop again. So in this situation, I think I'm gonna take a distance because he seems to be taking his own time business, which is all listening around what is in front of him there. So a lot of leopards, they would use the engine. In a minute you start the engine, they're going to go because then they have a lot of chance to move through the grasses without nobody hearing them. So, Sky, you're saying you hope that you get a filling meal tonight. You know, he's got a lot of chance, you know, to hunt, you know, in this area where we are right now. Actually, we're on it's called Vietelemene Impala Road, where it's mainly herd of impala, usually around in this area. So you're probably gonna just take time, hunt about, but he just went flat for now though, again. So that would be cool if he could get him part around here. Would last him for a couple of days and would have him. So I'm gonna stay put here, see what he does. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Lauren.
How wonderful is it, Mr. Nomadic Tingana? The nomadic Duke is back in town, going wherever he pleases. Does not need to worry at all about being territorial anymore. This little one's getting naughty. Now, what I didn't realize earlier was Davy actually turned the IR light off intentionally to show you the vision that I have right now. Look at that. That's what it really looks like without spotlights and headlights and dimmers and side lights. But we don't use them, of course. So what you're seeing is the magic of the infrared light that we attach to our cameras. Doesn't disturb the animals in any way, shape or form. But without that infrared light, it's very dark out here. Oh no, we're reversing in. Why are we reversing? Who's back? Let's see who's back, Davy. Mummy's back. I have a riddle for you all, but there's so much excitement going on. I don't know what to do. Oh. Very sweet. Precious moments between Intima and Cub. I don't actually know where everyone's disappeared to. Gonna quickly check. Okay, one body is still around. I think it's Braveheart. Can we just zoom in on Braveheart, Davy? It's got really unique spot pattern. Look at that. It looks like a big Pac-Man, a C with a dot. It's amazing how the infrared picks up the spot pattern. Okay, I'm going to sit here, and I believe Tingana's on the move.
We still got a Tingana, and now he's still looking west. This is the general direction he was always moving in to. So we're one of the two tracks here. It looks like he's going to cross, and then maybe he's going to walk along this road. We're just going to find out. But he's sitting up just to listen. So Tingana is capable of doing a lot of hunting on the warthog. So he climb mounds and then he wait if there is a holes in there. So if once he know there is something in a hole, he would wait forever in that mound until possibly next morning. And this is when the warthog came out. Nicanova, you're asking if I know any of the leopards that can't climb trees. No. I don't recall if I know of all leopards that don't. All leopards just climb trees, most. So even the lions were far too big. They attempt to climb trees, so difficult for them to come down, but this is where they jump from that maybe 2 meter height, 2.5 meter height. They can't even make it, just like the leopard does when they come off the tree. So these cats are all well equipped with very sharpening claws. These are attractive claws, and they climb trees, they use them, which means they can climb any of a tree around here. So out here they have their favorite tree, which is a marula tree most. So everybody, you're saying, you know, you love so much Tingana. He's such a stunning, beautiful cat. Since we all know him from back there and how he getting around here. So we're gonna stare at him while we're sitting with him, see where he's gonna go from this position.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
What are you looking at, man? That's its gangster face. It has the manners of a common variety vagabond. Look at it, chewing with its mouth open like that.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth Day.
Comet's back on the scene. And he's having a good old sniff of Ntima, and she's very relaxed. There's a lot of trust there. Females can act aggressively towards the males, but there's These interactions, that we're watching. Oh, got some anal pasting. Lovely. And the cub goes right for a sniff. But look at this interaction between the adults. And Tima really trusts Comet. He's sniffing the cub. He's getting to know the cub. A lot of vocalizations there. I'm not sure if you can all hear them. And the trust between Ntima and Comet shows that he's been around a long time. Just based on these observations, tenure is the key when you're a male. There's definitely a hierarchy, but it doesn't work in the same way as it does for females. Females also show preference to you when you're extremely submissive. Just bow down, do whatever they wish, and then they will really show preference towards you. Oh, so lovely having such an active den sighting. I'm going to save my riddle for tomorrow. It's another hard one. And there's a lot of sniffing going on, but of course that's how they understand their world. They sniff to learn. That's how they navigate. You will always find the hyenas sniffing. Their sense of smell is more powerful than their eyesight, more powerful than their hearing. And I actually just said to Davy, I wish I could just bottle up the scent of a hyena in a bottle. I really do love how they smell. I know that sounds strange. Especially the cubs. There's a real milky smell there. What a fantastic drive. Tingana the Duke is back, elephants, and a very active Djuma clan. So thank you everyone for jumping on board. It's a pleasure to have you. Please do join us tomorrow. Until then, good night.